Testing.
Hello everybody and welcome to Nottingham Trent University. It's the opening game of this weekend's Premiership competition and it's Aspire who take on Villa Rockets, and I'm joined here for the first half at least by West Bromwich Albion's Dave Lewis. Alright Dave?
Everybody, yeah, you okay mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Early start this morning?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Must admit I wasn't looking forward to the early start, but yeah, we're here now, we're wide awake, so looking forward to the first game.
Yeah.
Aspire Villa, as you say. Missing Daniel Cahill, he's suspended for a yellow card, so that could be an important factor in this game.
Well, let's run you through, give you a bit of context to this one. So currently in the table it's Villa who sit comfortably in a mid-table spot in 7th. They're hovering well clear of that relegation zone and we'll be quite happy with how their season's gone so far. And it's Aspire who sit in 2nd, chasing down Northern Thunder, who they meet later today on Court B. That's a 3:30 kickoff if you want to watch that
really
one.
Big game later on, that is.
Big game. And they sit 3 points behind Thunder, who are also playing, and they're about to kick off versus Teesside. So if you want Thunder versus Teesside, go on to the WFA TV YouTube channel. Stay here for Aspire versus Villa Rockets.
Excellent, nice one. They're just having a team talk on Court A. Aspire in their huddle, John giving out some instruction, and Villa still warming up. Villa down to 4 players, 5 players. Sorry, beg your pardon. Daniel Ball's there as well. Yeah, it's an interesting game. I think this will be a tight game. If Villa can keep it tight, I think they can cause Aspire some problems.
The two teams did meet earlier this season. It was a 2-0 victory for Aspire. Dan McClellan and Jordan Williams got on the score sheet in that one, and a preferred team for Dan McClellan, who scored on every National League meeting with them in the Premiership with Aspire. So be interesting to see how he performs in this one.
So lining up then, starting line-up looks like Tom Kelly in goal, John Bolden, Brad Bates and Dan McClellan. Strong team that.
Yeah, it's a
first choice.
Strong team. And then on the bench you've obviously got Sally McNeil, Jordan Williams and Rosie Hodgson. We're yet to see who Villa are going to line up with, but it is Amir Ali who's got the goalkeeper shirt on.
Yeah, I think might have Humza in the middle with then Summer and maybe Dan Ball out wide. I have to see, because with Dan Kay suspended he would be one of the starters, so maybe slightly weaker than what they normally would be.
Well,
still waiting for them to actually come out of their team huddle. We're just a special mention today for some Irish referees that we've got over for the weekend. 2 Irish referees, I'm not sure of their names, but one of them is lining on Court. They're both lining on Court B currently.
Well, Aspire are ready to go. Villa just making a couple of final adjustments before kick-off.
So Saj maybe in goal, I'm not sure. Is he going to go?
It's a 5.
No, so Bubba's in goal, isn't he? So Saj will be the man on the bench probably, I think.
5-game weekend for Aspire this weekend. How much does your mentality change between a 4-game weekend and a 5-game weekend?
I don't think it changes that much. It just makes it a longer day. The Saturday makes it a very long Saturday. I know some teams have got 3 games on the Sunday this time, because there's always one weekend where teams have to just make up a couple of fixtures. So I know it's a big weekend. Quite a few teams have got 5, but I think it just makes it longer. It just makes the squad rotation a bit more important, because there'll be some tired minds come the last game today. So we've kicked off.
Yeah, we're underway, and it's Aspire that get us rolling here. And it's an instant attack from Aspire and a dangerous ball in towards the back post, but Bates couldn't quite.
12 seconds and there's a shot gone out for a goal kick.
That would have had to have been one of the quickest goals of the season so far, if not the quickest. But Bates couldn't quite get himself positioned at the back post, ready to receive that dangerous McCullum crossfield ball.
So just to confirm, the 2 wingers are Dan Ball and Summer Rice for Villa. We've got Hamza Madea with Amir Ali, and it really is very wide open here. Villa, they've had another couple of passes there, Aspire. Another half chance here.
Hamza Madea shepherds it out of play. Hamza Madea was Ryan Sippel's man of the match last time we commentated together on the earlier this season game, and despite a 2-0 loss for Villa, he definitely was the better player on the pitch as he's driven out to try and...
His first season in the National League, I believe, so we're talent. I think he's about 16, 17 years of age.
Very impressive debut season.
Very good indeed. He's played regionals for many years.
Well, I think it's going to be a corner here for Aspire, which McCullum will go on and take. Bates is lurking at the back post. Kelly is also in the middle, looking ready to receive if needs be.
Being quite closely marked by Dan Ball there, so makes the ball harder to get to Tom Kelly. And it's a ball across, and Millie stopped the game. I think the referee.
Not sure.
I think they were set up in time, right, the defender. So you can shout defensive priority as a defensive team to make sure that you kind of get the chance to set up where you want.
Here we go, take 2.
Bubba's done well to save that, and that's a 2v1 against Summer as an outfield player with Hamza there who didn't clear the box quick enough. Clear the edge of the box quick enough, I should say.
So we go again, set piece for Aspire.
Not really got out of their final third yet, have they?
You fear for Villa that if that's the early precedent set, that's what will happen for the majority of this game is Boulding's
Oh, there we
streak.
go, there's a chance. Go on, Dan Ball. Oh, if he just stayed in reverse there, I think.
He could have been
with
in
my
for a
coach's
chance.
head on there, I think he got to stay in reverse on that. Oh. Okay, so yeah, all in all Aspire, but then Villa, a little bit of a chance. Hard to call it a chance, but I think if Dan was in a better position there, he could have spun onto that.
McClellan, he's taking it down the line.
Good decision, probably. Getting some territory. Hamza's going to have to get through a lot of work here. Brilliant pass by John Borden.
He really is. That's going to be a very tough battle in the middle for Hamza Madea. In the first season in the National League against John Boulding is going to be very difficult.
It's a lot of work for Hamza to get through in this match. Maybe, Bubba would have been potentially better. That's a pass back to Tom Caddy there, but well shielded out by Dan Ball. And it's a Villa ball, maybe, hopefully relieve some of the pressure. Oh, that's a kick in, just bumped down the line.
Interesting technique.
Not a fan of that myself, but...
that's lovely from John Boulding. It absolutely
yeah.
sends Summer Rice to the shops, and then...
Let's hope she's kept the receipt.
Yeah.
She might have to go back. Good pick off by Dan McClellan there, and another pick off by Brad Bates. Shot from Dan McClellan, straight into the side of Amir Ali's chair. Good pick off by Brad Bates. Defending well here, Villa now. They're trying to get out a bit more, and this is where they'll be strong now with Bubba driving them out. And that's out for a kick in to Villa.
Well, it has been dominant for Aspire, but there have been glimmers of hope for Villa in this early stage, able to frustrate Aspire, but...
Just suddenly managed to stop a couple of attacks in the last couple of minutes here. Hamza there on front, that's it. Good opportunity to get past John Borden, but as soon as you think you're past John, he swoops back around and takes the ball again. Oh, that's careful there. 2-on-1 against Villa, but just for a second there, Tom Kelly played that ball straight to Humza, and that could have been dangerous.
That is the risk of playing out from the back and being a team that likes to play passing football.
I think you got to know when to do it and when to sort of take a touch. Let people get in a better position before you pass it. So that's an awkward ball there for straight to Dan Ball, but straight out of play. Comes the Madeira again on the ball. John Balding getting on the outside to take the ball into the corner to flick it out. And he'll try and win a set piece at the very least here.
Amir Ali does well to not give him very much space, and he just about wins.
Kicking, I think. Seems very tight down there.
Very low block that Villa are playing defensively.
Very low block. Comes out to Brad Bates on the back post. Good save by Bubba and Humza combined there.
Stuck it between the defenders. You can often get an awkward ricochet for the defenders, though.
Had a few of them in my time where you've come together and the ball's still got through because it's ricocheted, as you say.
McClellan plays it back into Balding, who goes for the Hollywood pass back out to McClellan, but blocked, and so Villa proving to be defensively resilient again.
The longer they can hold out here, the more frustrated John and Aspire will become. It's a bit of a decision there between Bubba and Humza who's going to tie it out the box. Of course, if Bubba does bring it forward as a goalkeeper, that outfield player then has to drop back to the line before he leaves the box.
West Brom last weekend, you played Villa, didn't you? And
yes, we drew 0-0. They got they got stuck into us, let's say. Daniel Kay got one of his bookings, I think. That's contributed to missing this game today. But yeah, no, it was a tough game. But Villa are a team, if you don't score early against them, you can come unstuck. They can frustrate you. I think a lot of teams in the league can do that now. I know Nottingham last season were like that over the years, have been very stubborn to beat. And that's a goal.
That's a goal.
That's a goal.
Dan McClellan, we said you put your money on him to score today against his favourite opponent, and he's done so, and that's, as you said, if you can frustrate Aspire, then Villa are a very decent side defensively, but will the floodgates open now, do you think?
Well, that encourages Villa out now. Villa have to come and attack, have to have a go. So that was a great ball, though, winger to winger, Brad Bates to Dan McClellan, and a great finish.
Balding is quick to scream at his team, though, to switch back on. They want more.
No, definitely.
The second goal just gives you that cushion, that little bit of comfort that you don't find often in power chair football.
No, it's becoming increasingly hard to win, to dominate games and to win games to the extent it needs to go back to Humza maybe or down the line. So yeah, no, the fact that they've got early goal first 10 minutes is a real bonus for Aspire. And I'll be looking to flick that out. Oh yes, well won by some of them. It's a clever play, that.
Just teasing John Balding into knocking it out, and it'll be a kicking from the Villa left, which Madeira will take.
Villa straight away on the attack.
Dan Ball was waiting on the opposite side if he could be found, but
2v1. I always think them a little bit harsh because some of theirs behind John, so John can't possibly see some of them. But anyway, 2-on-1 given.
Kelly flicked round the corner. That's a nice little flick into McClellan. Dan McClellan's going to try and take on Madeira, who just stops it and then rolls it forward.
Try and move it on a little bit quicker than that before going into contact with John, because whenever John goes into contact he just comes away with the ball. So good pick-offs from the wingers there. Dan McClellan tries to get the ball across. Bubba's there to shield and take the ball out.
A little bit of contact in the middle between Rice and Balding, nothing untoward, just a awkward collision when they were.
But this is where Bubba's strong now. But he's left that now, and John can spin onto that. Summers there though. Good chair control. I thought that was offside. Given to Villa though, Villa ball.
Is that a scary moment when you see John Balding lining up for a spin and you're dribbling towards him?
See, now that's... Oh, if I'd have got to Dan, he'd have had an open goal.
That would have been an excellent pass. Bobby using his experience.
Oh, that's a great pass, that is. Oh, look at that now. And that's a 2v1 again. Summer did a great job there to get back defensively, but obviously Humza was top of the box. So 2-on-1, just 2 outfield players.
Summer is Villa's top scorer this season, but only 2 goals. So they're not a particularly high scoring side, Villa.
Only 2
but
goals. Is that the high score?
yeah, they get results.
Yeah. Does that mean they've had a lot of draws then, or?
They don't often. They've had a lot of draws and several. They get a lot of 1-0 results. You know, they don't.
Gotcha.
They're not a side that, you know, will go out and batter a team, and they're quite happy to get their early lead against other teams around them, and then just defend because they know they can.
Okay. Comes Adair battling well with John Baldwin here. Had him then for half a second. Should have gone closer to the touchline perhaps. Comes here though, giving as good as he gets. Fair play to him. Very inexperienced. He got a shoot. Oh, set for that. Oh, another 2-on-1. Frustrating.
Got the stats up for Villa. They have got 3 goals against.
Only 3 goals against all season.
This season. That's what it says.
It's probably, is it more?
They've had 3 of each. They've had 3 wins. Oh wait, no, this is home and away. Hang on.
Careful with that.
They've had 3. Well, they've had 3 wins, 3 draws, 3 losses across all games. They've been pretty much consistent.
I would just like to see Humza driving more angle there. What I mean by that is don't drive straight at John. Maybe get, sort of come out wide, and then you can get the flick pass back into the centre. But driving straight into John, he's just going to come away with the ball every time.
Yeah, he's not had a lot of obvious passing options for him in this game, and it's not that his wing players, Ball and Rice, aren't making movements like that. They are being cut out quite well by John Bowling. Good experience from him just to shepherd it into areas that leave Humza a little bit high and dry.
It's like that then, there's just a tap goal kick, and that's dangerous now. Bubba needs to get to that. Good shielding by Summer there, excellent defensive work.
Being a spy.
Just would love to see, I mean that then was a Bubba goal kick tap to Humza and expect him to dribble. You can't get out the half when that happens. John's set for another big spin here. Oh. Summer's got to get out of there. It's going to be a 2-on-1, going to keep it in. No, he's not.
Humza is the driving force between anything kind of out of the final third for Villa, but he can't do it alone.
Villa setting up with a low block here. We're seeing more and more teams do this now. It's I think it's something West Brom started, I think. But lots of teams are now sort of adapting to that way of setting up. Still 0-0 on court, Ben?
Believe so, or either it's still 0-0 or somebody hasn't been bothered to change the scoreboard.
I haven't heard any cheers either.
No.
And that's a great ball out. Rosie's come on now for Dan McCullen. Missed that one.
Can she drive it through?
Oh, a bit too eager there. I think she needs to just take a chill. But yeah, goal kick. But there's another opportunity. I didn't see Rosie come on to replace Dan. But she is.
Well, different threat for West Brom now. Not West Brom, Villa Rockets.
Do you think how is Rosie a different player to Dan McClellan in terms of Rosie's more...
She's more of a finisher, I think.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Dan's
honestly
a lot more... Dan's a bit nippier, a little bit.
He's got more of an all-round game, hasn't he, Dan McClellan?
Rosie, if you give Rosie a chance, she'll score, I think, is the general warning to teams.
Brad here done very, and that's brilliant by Summer there. Great position onto John Baldwin. That's where we need to see Tom Kelly a bit more advanced there to play to second pivot instead of if John's marked.
Obviously, Tom, as well as Dan, were at the England tournament last week, the development tournament in Scotland, and
congratulations on that.
Yeah, a good tournament win, won every game, and Tom was very involved in played in goal for England, but obviously in the 4-out system, so was very involved in build-up play, and he played well last week, so you wonder if John Boulding wouldn't have watched that and maybe thought that that's something that he could implement
Got
into
you.
Aspire's game. But maybe it's something that he wants to train on first before he has to start implementing it in games.
Right, mate. Excellent. Sorry, my phone's just rang.
With Bates wide on the right hand side. Both players called for the kick in, but official gives it the way of Aspire. So Boulding will float out to the right now to take this. He's got Bates backed into that corner and Hodgson as an option kind of square and wide on the left hand side, but it's same again, a little war of attrition out there as Bates picks it up again and gives it in towards Boulding. Couldn't quite get the flick that he wanted straight into the path of Rosie Hodgson, but I think Brad Bates wanted that pass back on the right hand side the second time, but Boulding opted to win his side the set piece. And we're into the final 4 minutes of this half.
It's gone very quick this half. Oh, that's a chance. Oh, that should have been buried. Should have been buried. Being harsh there.
I think Madeir was out quickly, but it's definitely not. It wasn't an easy chance, but it's one that could have been buried for sure. As Bates flicks it across with power. I think he wanted the on-rushing Boulding to get towards that, but it ended up being Hodgson that tried to get to it.
Try and keep going off. Good pass, good link-up play by Brad Bates and John there. Probably needs to go back to John. Take that down the line, perhaps. Good flick back by.
Contact given against Rosie Hodgson on the edge of the Villa penalty area. Just a little spin and a clip on the way through. I think I'm right in saying it's still 0-0 over on that.
I think I haven't heard any cheers.
No. Well, that game has just reached half-time, 2 minutes till our interval here. And it's Boulding and Kelly pushed back by Madeir, who's looking to put the ball in between. Delicate defensive situation for Aspire, but they've dealt with it well through good communication between the two. But it's still with Villa. Rice looks to push it into the penalty area. Boulding comes away nicely with it. Uses the chair of Summer Rice to get a little flick and then moves forward through the lines. As here's Madeir trying to cut off Boulding. Can't quite.
There by John, frustrated with himself.
Couldn't quite get to his own touch, and it's frustrating for Aspire because you feel that they have had the majority of the dominance in this game and they haven't been able to convert on that dominance as much as they would have liked to in this first half. The lead does still sit at 1, which always gives opportunity for a goal against the run of play. And Madeir.
Go on, gotta play that now. John's gonna get to it first between two players.
Hodgson.
Probably the wrong ball back there, needs to go across to the other winger. Just set John there for a big reverse spin.
Bates picks out the pass. Rosie Hodgson. Baba Ali's chair just about
Just
diverted it.
Second goal's nearly there, probably not the right decision at the right time, maybe. I'm being ultra critical of all.
It's not necessarily that the final pass is the wrong one, it's that the final pass isn't quite good enough. There seems to Aspire have been a little bit toothless in this first half. Although they do have the lead, you think on a day where on a morning perhaps where they were at their fullest capacity as far as finishing and passing goes, they would have converted 3 or 4 in this half.
Yeah. Considering how well they started as well, they've probably, that intensity hasn't kept up.
That being said, though, you can't really complain. They're winning 3 points. At the end of the day, when you get to the end of the season and you look back at where you are and you look back at wins you've got, you don't really remember how you got them. You remember the fact that that was 3 points.
Oh,
so
that's a great ball, and that could be a goal. Oh, tried to hit that too hard, I think.
I think he flipped it. He could have spun it. Oh, that ball's spinning in towards the comment. Nah,
Oh, yes,
just
Brian
about
did.
stopped.
What a right foot.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable tackers from the WFA champ.
Gareth Southgate, sign him up.
I know, would get some.
Probably do a better job than
Somebody send him a
Maguire.
WhatsApp.
Right, that's half
half-time.
time.
We've got our chairman standing right by us, by the way. That's why we're having a joke.
So I think you're off now, Dave, to prepare
am.
for your first game of the day. So
Yes.
Good
Gotta
luck.
get onto it. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing commentary with you.
and we'll be right back for the second half.
I think Brian will take over.
Hi, can you hear me, Charlie?
I can hear you.
Hi, so Nick up in the gallery here with the filming. I just want to say that hopefully people today are going to find the streams unbroachable. So Nottingham Trent University have kindly done the work that we'd hoped they would do. So they've laid a network just for the WFA. So all of the streaming now is hardwired. So we shouldn't ever have a network problem like we used to with a phone signal. And we've also got some new camera securing equipment from a company called Tinderflint who've donated some of their camera booms. So
thank you to Tinderflint and
yes,
to Nottingham Trent University for their help, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Right, thank you, Charlie.
welcome back. We are back live for the second half here in Nottingham, and I'm all lonely down here in the commentary box because Dave Lewis had to go and prepare for his 10:30 kick-off against Nottingham, which is live on the WFA TV YouTube channel if you want to switch over to that after this game. But stay here because we're not done yet. It's Aspire 1, Villa Rockets 0, all to play for in the second half, and we are just underway. Boulding will take a free kick in the centre. No changes for either side at the break. And it wasn't a case of Aspire not being good enough to add to their lead. It was one case of just the final pass was just an inch away from where it needed to be, and the finish didn't quite have enough power, and so that's why the advantage only sits at 1-0, but you feel another goal could kill this game off for Aspire. His Boulding's wanting to receive it, and Ali's able to drive out with it. Here's Amir Ali out on the left-hand side for Villa. Boulding flicks it down the line towards Bates, who plays it across. It's into Hodgson now. Back into the centre for Boulding. John Boulding, Bates, Hamza Madir tries to make the interception, and it will be a kick in to Aspire on that right hand side. Attacking towards the camera in this second half. Here's Bates. Boulding. Bates flicks it across. Good fluid football from Aspire. Hodgson tries to take it round the corner. One-on-one with Amir Ali. Both sides want it, and it's going to be given as a goal kick. Meanwhile, on the other court, it is Teesside who play against Thunder, and there are 13 minutes left in that game. Still 0-0, so Thunder and Teesside, neither of them able to break the deadlock yet, but 12 minutes to go. As Hodgson should flick home. He should have done better there. A clean finish, you think, would have just put that game out of sight for Aspire. Amir Ali. Boulding looks to play it across. Summer Rice and John Boulding interlocked in the middle, but it's going to be a kick in for Aspire, which Bates will drop deep to take from the right. Flicks it now in towards Boulding in the centre. I have to say, 1-0 against this Villa side isn't a bad result this season for Aspire. They held West Brom to a 0-0 draw last weekend, and so to be able to get the 3 points here would be a massive boost for John Boulding's side, and the ball does somehow stay in on that left-hand side. It's the right decision though. We're looking straight down that line from the commentary box. As here is Summer Rice out on the left-hand side now. For Villa Rockets, Boulding taps it out for a kick in to Villa. Hodgson flicks it round the corner. Boulding just about diverts it clear of his goal. He wanted Tom Kelly out to recycle that attack, but it lets it go for a goal kick, which does give Villa an opportunity to pin Aspire back a little bit into their own half. Bates fizzes it in towards the back post. It's off the back bumper of Hamza Madir, and a heart-in-mouth moment there for the youngster who's having his debut season in the National League, because for a minute there you thought he'd back bumpered it into his own net, but no, it It's just about diverted clear, and so it'll be a corner from the right-hand side for Aspire. Boulding flicks it to the back post for Hodgson, who can't get around it. Instead, Daniel Ball plays it. That's a good pass from Tom Kelly. That's really nice. But there's a foul given. I'm not really sure what for. A 2-on-1 apparently. But yeah, that pass from Tom Kelly was exactly what John Boulding was looking for. Here's Hamza Madir. Flicked goalwards. First real sight of goal in the second half for Villa. Wide to begin with. Never looked like it was going to threaten Tom Kelly's goal. Goal kick. Rice goes in towards Boulding. It's now Daniel Ball. Hamza Madir. Into the final 10 minutes on the opposite court. Still 0-0. Thunder very much on the front foot from what I can see, but Teesside are holding very defensively resilient, and that is Teesside is the next game for Aspire on this 3-game Saturday. Boulding flicks it wide, looking towards Hodgson. Madir. Ball. Madir. Good link-up play between the two, but it breaks up because Boulding is quick in there to stop it. Now it's Bates. He can't quite flick it back in towards his captain in the centre, who is eager to receive. Well, of course, it's going to be a kick in here, which Bates will come deep to take, and Hodgson adjusts herself at the back post, anticipating that this may be coming our way sooner rather than later, but Rice is across well. Getting very stuck in with her defensive duties, Summer Rice here, as well as Hamza Madir. The two young players have been really good. It's her second season in the National League, Summer Rice. She had an impressive breakout season, scored 9 goals for Rockets, and is their top scorer again this season, so seen as sort of the goal scoring threat in that side. And Hamza Madir in his first season has been solid in the middle and given John Boulding something to think about, an obstacle to beat every time. Here is Boulding again, looking to flick it across. Bates now. Boulding. Hodgson pokes it into the space. Bates was waiting at the back post, but Boulding couldn't quite lash. He was too close to it to pass, but it was too awkward to have a shot, so it ended up going wide. Here's Bates. Thrashes it goalwards. Can't quite squeeze it in that front post. It's a goal that you don't often see in Power Chair, but there is often space at the front post, but you don't think to try and exploit it. Here is Ali. Boulding pokes it clear. Hodgson. Been finding it a bit too easy for John Boulding's liking to break up the play, and here's an opportunity now. It's Dan Ball. Boulding gets to it and should get around it as well, and does. It's in a one-on-one situation. That's a bad tackle from Hamza Madir, but the referee says play on because Aspire is still in an advantageous position, and they've got it on the right-hand side. And it's a goal kick, and you wonder if the referee had to stop the play there, whether Hamza Madir might have received a little booking for that one, because it definitely wasn't an attempt to get to the ball and did break up an attack for Aspire, slowed down the momentum, but he escapes scot-free for now. Something's lost. It's been found. It's a pin from the back of Boulding's chair. So a little bit of TLC for the Aspire captain. Nadir. Still 0-0 on the opposite courts. 1-0 here to Still, and Bates who's going to take it wide. Balding. Rice is making it difficult for him in the centre. That's obviously her job description today, because she's done it very, very well since kind of about 10 minutes into this game. And there's going to be a pair of changes for Aspire. It's Jordan Williams and Dan McClellan on, Rosie and Brad Bates. Rosie Hodgson and Brad Bates off. And Jordan Williams will take kick wide. McClellan fizzes it towards the back post. So not only was unexpected for the defenders, but unexpected for his teammates as well. Comes a Madir. Balding battling with him in the centre. Flicks it across. Ali gets it away temporarily. It's straight back towards him though. Referee's given a 2-on-1 in favour of Villa Rockets. It's as Sir Alex Ferguson used to say, squeaky bum time, with 8 minutes remaining and no cushion in this game. Yet for Aspire, as McClellan can't quite nip in there, but it does succeed the second time, and that's an interesting ball from Williams. Balding with the flick. Madir. Tom Kelly needs to control it and does. Balding looking to wiggle his way out of a tight area. Summer Rice using her back wheel to pin Balding into his own half. Well battled from Summer Rice, who's had a really good game for Villa so far. Williams, flicked across by Balding. McClellan, front bumper. Madir gets it clear. Williams back into Balding. There's Balding wants a foul. Looks knowingly at the referee, who shakes her head. Wanted a penalty there, John Balding, which would have been a great opportunity to extend his lead, but wasn't granted, as it's in towards the back post. Williams, if he gets the spin right, can't quite put it towards goal. Into the final 60 seconds on the opposite court, and it's a big chance for Thunder, but they can't convert. Meanwhile, on this court, Aspire still searching for that second goal. Williams. Balding. McClellan. Rice touches it out of play for a kick-in. Stern words between Balding and the referee. She wasn't happy with the level of his complaints, but Balding wasn't happy with the decision she made. And the referee says play on it because it's an advantage for Ali, who Williams comes back and defends well. Heavy contact in the centre, but a bit of both, so the referee says play on. Boulding, his ball, who tries to flick it towards goal. Just wide. Rather strange. Got a couple of Brighton fans up there furiously cheering Aston Villa on, so a bit weird, but we are done on Court B. 0-0 draw between Teesside and Thunder, so dropped points for Thunder, who were top of the league and yet to drop any, so that's their first time that they haven't won this season. Teesside a very decent side, and the next opponent for Aspire, that's going to be an interesting game for sure. Is Boulding. Nadir and Ali come together to defend. Boulding's waiting for the break of the ball. Wins a kick in for his side. 4 minutes remaining. I think the cushion would just, a goal here would just lower the heart rates of a lot of these Aspire players. Boulding. Flicks it across, just about. Clear. Williams. Summer Rice is in there. Really, really impressed with her defensive efforts today. Don't know if Nick has his headphones on up there, but if you do you want to chime in with your player of the match?
I think I'm probably going to say Humza for closing the game down on Aspire, really. What do you think?
I agree with you. I think it's between him and Summer Rice, and it's not often that you see teams from the losing side that get player of the match, but I think that's very fair. So
Aspire have been very even, but no one stood out per se.
So the man from above has spoken up in the camera gallery, and so the final 2 minutes. Is there time for a late shake-up in this game, or will it be seen out as a 1-0 win for Aspire, or will they add to their tally? It's with Ali, who dribbles it out. Boulding looks to flick it. One last change for the final 2 minutes. Sally McNeil on for Dan McClellan. So a very experienced 4 out to try and see out the final 2 minutes of this game. As Boulding and Rice again locked in battle in the middle. I feel like I've seen that so many times today, and Boulding looks to flick it down the line. Sally had come deeper to receive the pass. It's an unfortunate deflection. Kick in for Villa, and a little bit of time wasted here as well, because the linesman has had to run onto the opposite court to retrieve the ball. Rice takes the kick. McNeil. Loses out to Madeir. Here's Boulding. Just needs to take it out wide. Does. Comes to Madeir now. Towards the front post. Just guarding his front post, but it's going to be a set ball, which is awkward to deal with for Boulding, and an unfortunate break of the ball could be costly for Aspire with 20 seconds on the clock as we see it. Jordan Williams. So, the clock has stopped. I think that'll be a little bit of additional time for that little stoppage, but not, you wouldn't think anything more than sort of a minute. Here's McNeil wide. Looks to take on Ali, just dribbling with it. Ali McNeil takes it all the way out to the right hand side. This is the kind of area that I wouldn't mind it in. Walding switching his team on. An equaliser here would be heartbreaking for him. Oh, that's a bad. And there it is. So Aspire win. 3 points on the board to begin the weekend for John Bowling's men and women. And Aspire march on into their second game of the weekend, which is Teesside later on. The next game on this court is Leeds versus Brighton. Kickoff for that will be in around 20 minutes time, so if you're a Leeds or Brighton fan, stay right there. Thank you for listening today. That win puts Aspire 1 point off Northern Thunder, who drew on the opposite court, which means that game, that 3:30 kickoff between the two on the WFA TV YouTube, gets even more tasty if Aspire win their next game and Thunder do as well. So, thank you for listening. It's full time here, and we'll be back in 20 minutes with Brighton versus Leeds.
Thank you, Charlie. Just a bit of a delay here while the ref tries to get the scoreboard up and running. Leeds kick-off. While we wait, I'll just do the lineup. So Leeds in white, playing towards the camera. Mitchelson in goal. Britain on the left, Taylor on the right, Rigby in the middle. And Brighton playing away from the camera in blue and white. Mason, Baker and Gayquad. Looking like Brighton have only got 3 players. Can't see any subs. So looking like everyone's ready to go. Just going to get the coaches to leave the pitch. And we're off. So Leeds with a kick. Rigby. Gayquad for Brighton. It's going to be tough for Brighton. A lot of gaps already in the setup just because they've got 3 players. Hit by Britain. Taylor to Britain. Britain probably looking for Rigby. He's going to finish. Good work by Mason. Good defending. I'm guessing that's the pattern of the game established already. So Brighton promoted into the Premiership from the Championship last season. They were champions of the Championship. Quite a dominant, well, not quite totally dominant season for them. Although I think in the end it was a bit tighter as they lost a couple of matches in the last weekend, but always going to be promoted and finding it a little tougher, slightly different squad as they come into the Premiership. So Britain and Gayquad, sorry, Rigby and Gayquad in the middle. Sorry, that's Mason. Mason playing in red, so he's the keeper, designated keeper for Brighton. Mitchelson for Leeds. Mitchelson, recent transfer from Thunder to Leeds. What's the ref given there? 2-on-1. And you can just see on the right of your screen there, there's a couple of refs come over from Ireland to help out and experience line zinc from in the English game. I think maybe this has been up before, but there seem to be some new flags. The lines people have got yellow and red checkered. Can't remember seeing them last weekend, but maybe they were. Probably been here all season and haven't been paying attention. So Gayquad with the ball for Brighton, taken off him by Rigby. Out it goes. Mitchelson across the ball field to Rigby. Gayquad breaks away, but Britain's got that easily. Rigby back to Britain. So I'm just looking at the table. So after Thunder's draw, they're a point ahead of Aspire. Leeds 9th and Brighton Hove Albion a 10th. So Nottinghamshire on 1 point and Bournemouth on no points, somewhere away from Brighton, but you know, only a win or two. So this is quite a big game for both of them. If Leeds can win, it takes them further away from danger. If Brighton can win, it keeps them and Leeds and Villa and West Throssels kind of scrapping it out for third from bottom, which is the playoff place. So you play off in that position for relegation to the Championship against third in the Championship, for them with a chance to promotion to the Premiership. Mitchelson come a long way up, playing well, basically without defence. Leeds. Let's give them 2 and 1 there. Quad to Mason. Rigby steps in again. So Leeds have got all the control, all the possession. Question of whether they can create a chance too. Brighton with a not super defence. They're letting in on average 3 a game. Leeds just over 1 a game. So on stats to date, you'd expect Leeds to take this one easily. But points wise, they're just 3 points apart on the same number of games. So last meeting, Leeds beat Brighton 1-0. Scorer was Seb Copeland. Seb's currently on the bench, yeah. Just might be able to see the bench players for Leeds at the top right of the screen, underneath the netting. So you might have heard me say at the beginning there was a bit of a delay while they got the scoreboard sorted, but they've got the scoreboard counting up to 20, not down from 20. So if you happen to catch the scoreboard on the stream, which is unlikely unless I zoom in, you'll see it will be counting up, not down. So we're 6-7 minutes in now into the first half. Leeds dominant against the 3-man Brighton, 3-person Brighton. But not really created any chances. Gayquad for Brighton. Mason, nice ball from Mason to Gayquad. Doesn't manage to get control. Back to Rigby. Rigby for Leeds. Come off Gayquad. I think that's a Brighton kick in. Yep. Sorry, Leeds kick in. Rigby to Mitchelson. Rigby. So strike-wise, Brighton have scored 7, Leeds 16. So goal a game for Brighton, goal and a half a game for Leeds. Leeds goal difference 4, so they're obviously playing tight games. Brighton's minus 19, so on average more than 2 a game or a loss for Brighton. Rigby, long ball to Britain. You'd expect Britain to put that back to Rigby. Is he going to go to Taylor? No. Comes off Gayquad. Kick into Leeds. Rigby, what's that? Chance for Taylor, and he's done it. Well done. Baker not able to get off quickly enough. So 1-0 to Leeds. It was coming. Kick in, ball across the park and then back across to Taylor to finish on the near post. Looks hard to come back now for Brighton with 3 people and 3 players, and almost all the possession have been against them. You might have heard me mention in the first game, we're delighted now that thanks to the money from AWS we've been able to install a WFA specific network in Nottingham that went live this morning. So we've now, all the cameras are now attached to a fixed network, so hopefully the streams are both high quality and reliable, so fingers crossed they won't be dropping out unexpectedly or losing, blacking out occasionally. And we've also got some new stands for the cameras, kindly donated by Tinderflint, a video company. So making it quicker to put up, make the cameras more secure, hopefully get a slightly better view. And in the background this weekend, we're testing a fixed camera. So even without volunteers, we should be able to run footage of the games. And there's Rigby again, that's 2-0. So Leeds asserting their dominance now. 2-0 goal from Rigby. Pretty straightforward finish in the front of the goal there. So just saying, we're testing another camera that's permanently mounted again thanks to Nottingham Trent University and the money from AWS, Amazon Web Services. So hopefully making it even more certain, even if there's fewer people here, that we'll be able to get coverage of the PTC Therapeutics National Leagues. So we're here today at the Premiership. It's the third weekend of the Premiership. Just had Aspire beat Villa 1-0 on Court A. And the second match we've got now, it's 2-0 to Leeds. Just over 3/4 of the way through the first half. Leeds versus Brighton and Hove Albion. 8th and 9th in the Premiership, so both at risk currently of 9th and 10th, so at risk of getting into the third spot, which ends up as a relegation playoff. And we're in the third weekend for the Premiership because the initial fixtures were postponed as a result of the Queen's death and associated cancellation of sport or postponement of sporting events that weekend. Rigby with the ball in, intercepted by, well, I'm not sure, intercepted by Gaquad, it went straight to him. Rigby again, ball's gone out, I think, ball's flagged. Got the lines are flagged? Oh yeah. So, kick into Leeds, Gaquad for Leeds. Gaquad to Mason. Kick into Leeds. Taylor on the far post, just on the bottom right of our screen. Mitchelson right away the halfway line, so again no. Ooh, just nearly sneaked through there between Mason and Baker. Taylor in to attack the ball. Rigby, Britain. Rigby, nice touch but well read by Gaquad. Bit of a lonely game for Gaquad. Having to play the only outfield player really, with Baker and Mason acting as the defence and being pinned well back by Leeds. Went past Britain there, can he get it to Taylor? Taylor looking for Rigby, but Mason reads it and intercepts. Just it's 2-0 to Leeds. I'm looking at the graphics and it's saying 0-0. So see if we can fix that at half time. But it's definitely 2-0 to Leeds. My screen, the graphics are caught up. So if you're watching live and listening to me, it should say 2-0 on the screen as well as me saying it. And Mason's now driven it in for Brighton. So I think an unexpected goal there to really, with the balance of play. I think Leeds should have been doing better there. Pretty good goal from Baker under the circumstances. And rolled it over the line, but caught Leeds out. So that will make Leeds a little nervous, I would have thought. 3.5 minutes left in the first half. Gaquad and Britain facing off in the middle of the park. Britain for Leeds. Gaquad gone behind him. Taylor plays to Rigby. Rigby looked back for Taylor, but Gaquad's got it. Gaquad and Britain. Leeds not brought on any new players, but they've just switched positions. So Britain now playing in the middle and Rigby playing on the right wing for Leeds. Rigby coming towards the camera on the camera's left, but on Leeds' right. There, Mitchelson, back to Mitchelson. Can Mitchelson finish? No, Mitchelson very high for a keeper, but you've got Rigby. Sorry, Britain stepped into the goalkeeper's position at the back. Kick in to Brighton. Gaquad. Gaquad going to be intercepted by Taylor. No, goes on to Britain, who lets it go out. So Leeds. Brighton, intercepted by Mason. Mason now driving forward. Taken away by Brighton. It's gone out for a Leeds kick-in. Couple of minutes left in this half. 3-player Brighton facing 4-player Leeds with 2 subs. 2-1. Balance of play all with Leeds, but an unexpected goal to Brighton, so it's 2-1 to Leeds. So Brighton's still in it when Leeds probably should have gone away. Reminds me a touch of the Man U game midweek in the Europa League, where Man U should have taken it away, having been 2-0 up. Ended up 2-2. So Brighton gonna really, though, Brighton they don't want to be drawing with Leeds. They want to be, if Brighton can beat them, they'll move equal with them on points, but some big goal difference. If Leeds can beat Brighton, then they'll move 6 points clear of them and increasingly confident that they won't get involved in the relegation tussle. So this is the third weekend, and this is the 10th game for both these teams, so they're not yet halfway through the season. A total of 22 games played by each team in a season. Shot by Rigby, kept out by Baker. Last minute. Rigby looking to get it across. Wolves solid for Brighton. Kick in again for Leeds. Rigby finds Mitchelson, slightly risky, an interception there, could have put it past Mitchelson. Out again, a kick in for Leeds. It'll be interesting with this really high play. Ball just has to go past Mitchelson at pace, and he has to get done, but it's a bit bold by Leeds. Probably need to make better use of it. Is that the time? Yeah, Russ called it. So half time there, 2-1 to Leeds. Well played Brighton for staying in it, and we'll be back shortly with the second half. Welcome back to the second half. This is Brighton and Hove Albion versus Leeds Chariots in the PTC Therapeutics Premiership. Brighton playing with 3 players only. Baker at the back, in front of her Mason in red, and on their left Gaquad. And Leeds with Rigby currently at the back. Mitchelson just coming into shot in green. Humphreys number 34, and on the far right, I can't see. Oh yeah, Copeland. So the Leeds team: Mitchelson, Rigby, Humphreys, and Copeland. Humphreys and Copeland on this half for Taylor and Britton, who were on in the first half. So it's 2-1. The first half dominated by Leeds territory-wise. They had a couple of chances which they took, and Leeds had a breakaway opportunity for a goal which Mason put over the line. So 2-1, not reflecting the balance of play, but reflecting the tightness of these teams at 9th and 10th in the table. So desperate to avoid 9th, which is the 3rd place playoff spot for relegation to the Championship. A win here will see Leeds 6 points clear of Brighton. A draw just keeps them 3 points apart, and a win for Brighton will see them at 9 points, level with Leeds, but some way behind Leeds on goal difference. Rigby with the kick in for Leeds. Setting the ball up for Rigby. Indirect. Indirect? I think it's direct. I'm waiting for the ref's signal. And he's gone straight for goal. Saved by Mason. Not cleared though. Gaquad. Gaquad now. Can he get past Rigby? Ooh. Nope. Well, shepherded away by Mitchelson. Mitchelson putting it towards Mason. Mason in red, Mitchelson in green. The 2 designated keepers battling it out in the middle of the park. Ref's given a 2-on-1 against Brighton. They've only got 3 people on the pitch. That's a bit careless, giving away possession like that. Oh, sorry, I've misheard that. It was Leeds. So Leeds giving away the 2-on-1. Brighton with the kick. Brighton, Gaquad in possession for Brighton. Trying to take it round Copeland. Ref gives us set ball. Set ball there because neither player had particularly had the advantage as it was going out. The kick in given to the player with the advantage if the ball goes out and they're both touching it. So a set ball where the ball's placed between each player, and then they just have to have a gentle touch and play continues. So Mason and Rigby, and they're off. Rigby looking to get it round Mitchelson. Mitchelson nearly the highest player for Leeds. So I think you'd have to say Leeds are playing the way you expect many Premiership teams to play, with a very high keeper. But it is leaving them slightly exposed in a game that, if they win, just gets them well away from Brighton in the relegation battle. So Wonder if perhaps a little more conservatism might help. Equally, the third goal for Leeds probably puts it past Brighton. Certainly a win would seem unlikely for Brighton if Leeds can get to 3. Big hit by Mason. Mitchelson goes past him, but it's out for a goal kick. Mitchelson plays it to Rigby. I expect him to touch it onto Copeland. Copeland looking for Humphreys. Mason has it covered. So Leeds, nice transition, not quite moving the ball fast enough. Rigby and Mason. Is the ref giving it out? Yeah, ref's not happy with the contact there. Into the side of Rigby's chair from Mason. Something on the floor, ref's picked it up. Kick to Leeds. Rigby with the kick. Well into Brighton's half. Leeds setting up, Brighton setting up defensively, but with a bit of a gap. Mason sees that easily and ball goes out for a kick in. Rigby again. Rigby part of the England set up. We're looking to see if he can get a place in the squad that goes to the World Cup later this year. Expect him to be the dominant player on the park. Not quite got the control they want. Leeds again. Mason, I think with a prospective hit there, knowing Mitchelson was out there, that gives the ball straight away. So Brighton have created nothing in this half. A 2-1 down. Got 3 players. It's going to be very, very difficult for them. Rigby off Gayquad, doesn't go out, which he probably was looking for. Now he's got it out. Now kick in. Oof, just came off Rigby's bumper on the way out. So kick in for Brighton. They want to be, make the very most of this. They've had few chances, few bits of possession. They've got to at least get a shot on goal. Mason's going to take it. I think Rigby and Humphreys, not clear who's going to play the player in the box. Gayquad doesn't get it. If they can get the ball away, there's a break on and a gap for Leeds. But Mason's snuffed out that attack, brings it back. Looking to get it. Excuse me. Rigby with the ball. So halfway through the second half, 2-1 to Leeds. Ball didn't quite make it past Gayquad. If it did have done it, an open shooting opportunity for Copeland. Rigby. Humphreys picks it up, trying to get it past Mason. Mitchelson with the ball, now under threat from Gayquad. Slightly nerve-wracking, but probably not risky from a player of Mitchelson's experience. Mitchelson, a member of the Scottish international squad, plays his league football in the English League. And Mitchelson drops back into goal. It's a kick for Mason of Brighton, right in the centre spot. Mason to Gayquad. Baker with the shot, well intercepted by Rigby. So again a rare chance for Brighton to set themselves up with a set play and have an attempt on goal. Gayquad intercepted. Mitchelson and Mason. There's absolutely no one back for Brighton if Leeds can get a shot off. But now Baker's intercepted, she goes for a shot. Mitchelson now driving the ball up for Leeds. Mitchelson intercepted by Baker. Is this a chance for Gayquad? No. Ball was not goalward bound, came off Mitchelson and out for a kick in, and then off Gayquad again, so it's a Leeds kick. Gayquad again, looks like kick into Brighton. Neither team having a long period of possession nor particularly threatening each other's goal. Perhaps see why they are where they are in the table at the moment. Attempt by Mason, Baker to Gayquad, not created enough. Now this is the chance. Copeland. Oh, Mason had to make that. Rigby has a go. Not unreasonable for Rigby to have a go there, but as long as Mason got it, Mason was safe. Rigby with a kick in. Hang on, the refs, we've got subs, so Mitchelson coming off. Looks like Britain's coming into goal for Leeds. So Leeds lineup will then be Britain in goal, Rigby, Copeland and Humphreys out, and Brighton with their three players, Baker playing behind Mason, who's the designated keeper, and Gayquad. Humphreys, ooh, trying to make contact there and get it across to Copeland. Ref placing the ball for Mason. Mason to Gayquad, who's immediately intercepted by Rigby. Rigby looking for the ball to Copeland on the right, but Gayquad's cleared it out for a kick. Humphreys driving down the left. Mason going across to cut it out. Rigby. Mason puts it out, so it's Leeds kick in. Rigby to Humphreys. Humphreys lets it go past him and Gayquad picks it up. Humphreys probably trying to break it free to Rigby, who's in the middle. So a very wide open goal if the ball can break to wide Leeds player. Is that the chance? Ooh, winding it up, but no, Mason's positioning well just to cut the passes out. So a period of play here where Leeds have had a bit of pressure. Last 5 minutes. Again, I think they need to be careful, Leeds, because if they can't create the third goal, there's always the outside chance that Brighton can put one in against them. Copeland, maybe is that the finish? Rigby gonna? Oh, I wonder if he should have gone back to Copeland, but again, Mason doing the defensive work and went off Rigby, so it's a kick into Brighton. Mason, past Gayquad, big hit by Rigby, no good for Humphreys, so another kick into Brighton. Mason with the ball, instructing Gayquad where to go. Baker behind him, so there's no out for Mason here other than Gayquad. Gayquad touches it past him, but Rigby's always going to get that. Off Rigby, back to Gayquad. Humphreys to Rigby. Space opening up if Leeds can do something and draw the ball away from Mason, but he remains tight on it. Rigby has to come back up the top here, as it's going to get trapped by Mason. So Humphreys and Copeland waiting for the cross. Is this where it comes? There, it's Copeland. Seems a bit harsh. Copeland just too close to Rigby, so ref's given a 2-on-1 to Brighton. Mason looking for Gayquad. Again, the way they're set up, he's only got one choice, so it's easy for Leeds to read that. Leeds, as Rigby looking for. He's got limited choices as well. Humphreys surely to Copeland. Nice touch, doesn't get past the experienced Baker though. Rigby and Gayquad. Now is this? Oh, Mason, that was perhaps a chance. I mean, far enough away, Britain should be able to read it, but that's those chances that Brighton will be looking for. So 2 and a bit minutes left. 2-1 to Leeds. This is 9th versus 10th. It's Brighton versus 9th. Leeds in the Premiership. It's their 10th game, so they're not quite halfway through yet. A win for Leeds takes them 6 points clear, and 6 points clear of the relegation battle. Keeps Brighton down in there. A win for Brighton gets them level with Leeds on points. Some way off Leeds' goal difference, so still in 10th, but gives them greater hope. Humphreys, well read by Baker, just held their position. Last couple of chances for Leeds, but really they can play the game out now if they just hold possession and don't take any risks. Kick into Brighton. Rigby and Mason just don't. Mason trying to break it free so he can attack Britain in Leeds' goal. Rigby just. That's. You might have heard the full-time whistle there. That's called B, full-time. It looks like it's 0-0. Goodness me! I presume the scoreboard's not been kept up to date because that's West Brom versus Nottingham. A draw there would be a great upset. I'll just see what. Yeah, just you heard me say a draw would be unexpected. It was the scoreboard wasn't up to date. 7-0 to West Brom. So Nottingham still struggling near the bottom of the table, and West Brom, having not had the weekend they would have wanted last weekend, up to a great start with their pursuit of retaining the PTC Therapeutics Premiership. Rigby with the ball. Handful of seconds left. Not much action, no goals in this half. Couple of substitutions. No real plays or opportunities of note. Off the back of Mason there to go out. I would have thought that's it. Ref looks at his watch. Rigby just has to nullify this. It's out for a Leeds kick in. I think he's going to just see the ref there. Looks like he's going to blow up as soon as the kick in's taken. No, he's giving them a bit more time. He's going to let them Leeds play. It's a Brighton play. There we go. So Leeds get the result they would wanted. Brighton unfortunately still in 10th. That's 2-1 to Leeds.
off. And so other bit about it, and the other thing to say is, people will be able to, or with it, from the musicians society, people will be able to hear that. That's not what the sound man
Hello everybody and welcome back to game week 3 of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre. Live on Court A, we have a very tasty matchup between Newcastle United and Northern Thunder, the Newcastle or Tyneside derby. Delighted to be joined on commentary, I think for the first time, I don't know if we've done commentary together, by Mr. Dave Lewis.
Hello, Ryan. How you doing?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
I did the first half of a game earlier with Dan's brother.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. That's it. I did call him Charlie, and he didn't correct me. So, yeah, really excited about this game, Newcastle Thunder. I'm going to stick my neck out here. I'm fancy Newcastle.
I spoke about this with Barris whilst commentating your game. You had such an assured performance that I have no doubt that Aspire and Northern Thunder would have taken note of it. And as impressive as Northern Thunder have been across the first 2 or so weekends of Premiership football, you can't hide away from the fact that they've only got 4 players. Yeah. 2 of their most significant players in Sam Smith and Logan Mitchelson have recently transferred to Newcastle and Leeds Chariots respectively. So this could be one of their first real proper tests across the 22-23 season. So you can state more than most how impressive Newcastle have been in recent weeks. I think you drew 3-3 with them in game week 2. So they'll want to build on that, no doubt here.
Absolutely, they play with a real intensity, Newcastle. You know, it's a little bit aggressive, but that's not in a bad way. You know, I don't mean that negatively, but they play with that real intensity, real passion. And I think that could ruffle a few feathers now with Northern Thunder.
Yeah, no question. So I'm sure you'll want a Newcastle win from a West Bromwich Albion point of view.
We had a chat this morning. We need to sort of do it ourselves. We can't rely on others. But yeah, it would be nice if there was any points dropped this weekend.
And the fact that the 2 Aspire and Northern Thunder play each other at 3:30 today,
massive game.
It could significantly help and aid West Brom as they look to make up for a difficult game week 2.
We've called it a transitional weekend. Yeah, I think that's a polite way of saying it wasn't good. Okay, we kick off here. Newcastle kick off. Sam Smith in the middle. Ethan Fisher, Ollie Corshaw, and Lee Armstrong is the designated goalkeeper. Thunder, do you want to run through the Thunder
Yeah,
team?
of course. So they've got Patrick Kelly in goal, as he was in the first game against Teesside, adorning that bright red goalkeeper jersey. In front of him will be Ed Conman, with complementing wingers of Jack Maxwell and Matty Harrison once again. Early pressure. I can't say Newcastle-based side because they're both Newcastle-based sides, so I'm going to have to stick with their actual names for this one.
Yeah.
The early pressure from Northern Thunder, who now no doubt will want to get an early goal on the board to really take Newcastle out of their comfort zone and ensure that they're chasing the game.
They've had a few kick-ins, but the ball hasn't really done anything yet. It's a very, very tame effort across the box there. And this game is all about, for me, Ed and whether they can move the ball sufficiently around Ed in order to create, a few opportunities. If they can't move the ball away from Ed, they will not win this game. And that's a good start there. It's probably just breaking the line past Ed is what I mean there. Is that a kick into Newcastle? Yeah, kick into Newcastle. So there you saw Ed Common getting turned, facing his own goal. I think that's what they'll look to do as much as possible, get him chasing the ball.
It's certainly what I think Teesside tried to adopt in their earlier game. Tyler Reeve given the responsibility of trying to evade Ed Common. I stated on commentary that he's everywhere on the pitch, involved in every passage of play, whether that's attacking or defensive for Northern Thunder. So being able to break that press and try and evade his pressure is key to success against Northern Thunder, no doubt.
100%. It was really good to see Newcastle using the goalkeeper there from the first kick in the hand. Trying to use, sort of use that fourth player, and that could be key to beating Thunder today. Again, that will get it away from Ed and just a little bit more. Just as long as they can execute the right technique at the right time. Very tight game so far. Ed have had a number of kick-ins which they've taken down the line. Bit of pressure here by Northern Thunder. Jack Maxwell driving in and nearly snuck in at the post there, but defender managed to get across and Jack Maxwell couldn't quite finish it off. Bit strange that was. Seemed to happen in a bit of slow motion.
Yeah. Almost took a fortunate ricochet over the Newcastle goal line for Jack Maxwell, but it remains 0-0. Very high intensity start from both sides.
Little bit surprised not to see Ethan in the middle, because with his power that we have seen across the season
Absolutely.
so far. That will help again to get that ball a little bit further away from Ed. So
for context, we obviously we coached together in Stoke last weekend at the Midlands Regional Emergent Talent Programme, for
brilliant
which
day. I really enjoyed it.
Really was, and Ethan Fisher, one of the 10 competing players at that day present. So we had a lot of fun. It was really good to see some of the young talent across the Midlands region that will no doubt be hoping to secure spots in the England setup in years to come.
I've got no doubt that Ethan will be in there one day. I think he's only still 17, 18, so still quite young for the setup, although there are some squad members at age. But I think, it's his first season in the Premiership, still learning and developing his game. But yeah, a little bit surprised not to see him in the centre here. What's going on here? 2-on-1 to Thunder then, not a few yards outside the edge of the box.
Will they try and adopt the boom shot for which they did against Teesside, nearly scoring as a result? Obviously indirect.
Thinking about something here. Ed's very clever, can disguise his passes. That's a brilliant ball. Look to finish. I think if it was set then a little bit better, could have had a shot on goal.
Yeah, Jack Maxwell's timing was slightly off in that earlier game against Teesside, and
to me that's just
slightly evident there.
Yeah. Newcastle shape's a little bit odd so far. A lot of players rotating around. Ethan Fisher, I don't think have a touch yet. Goal kick. Okay, I think then, maybe we were doing a bit of disservice to Thunder, because Jack Maxwell, didn't he finish leading goal scorer for 2 years on the bounce in the Premiership?
He certainly had a really strong couple of seasons.
Yeah, I think it's before COVID. We don't want to talk about that, but I think the 2 years previous to that, he was certainly in the top 3.
And when I talk about him and his timing being off, it's only in comparison with the high standards he's already set for himself.
It was more or less a chair angle then, wasn't quite right.
Yeah.
He couldn't shoot at goal because he wasn't at his chair set in the right angle. Oh, it's missed a spin. That's a rarity. And I think if it had connected with that, he could have flew in the bottom corner.
A nice ricochet there. It's unfortunate that Matty Harrison wasn't occupying his normal spot high on that left-hand wing for Northern Thunder. Newcastle fortunately come away with just a kick in. Worth noting, Sam Smith only 2 goals away from registering 200 National League goals.
Wow.
Really impressive
That's brilliant.
accomplishment should he manage to find 2 finishes across game week 3.
That's fantastic.
He would join only 3 other players to have done so. So John Balding, Ed Common also present on this pitch, and Harry Boddy. We spoke about it in your game earlier against Nottinghamshire. 2 further goals from Marcus Harrison sees him go within 4. Got 2 goals.
I got the first one.
Yeah, he got 2 in the second half.
I think he said 1. Oh.
What was the score? Did you 6-0?
I think 6
You,
0.
you got.
I got 1.
You scored Sam Langley own goal.
Yeah.
Marcus got 2. Dylan got 2. Certainly what I registered.
I was just checking that first one had been credited to myself.
Don't worry. You can
the
listen.
race for 200. I'm in it. I'm a little bit way back. But
You can listen back to the commentary. I didn't do you a disservice. Don't worry.
I don't get many taps.
I'm going to check my stats to see how many National League goals you're on now. So
The 100. I think that's. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. I'll lost track a little bit. Okay, so Ethan Fisher to take the kick in. have already made a sub here. Ollie Corshaw's gone off, and Albin Morris, very impressive Albin Morris. I think he's been working hard over the summer
Yeah,
and this season on his game.
Yeah, so following our day in Stoke, I went straight up to Leeds to help coach the Northern Regional Emergent Talent Programme, for which Albie is a current participant. And yeah, very good young player.
Brilliant.
Hi, it's Nick. I just checked the West Brom match. It's as the stats currently stand, it was Kelsall with a hat-trick.
Kelsall with a hat-trick?
Harrison with 2, an own goal and a Lewis goal, so 7-0.
7. I thought it was 7.
I apologise then. So Marcus Harrison currently sits 5 goals away from 200.
A way of getting goals. Like we even said, like he was saying himself, he probably isn't playing the best right now, but still manages to bag a hat trick. It's just he's just got natural talent.
Yeah, that was a Kelsall hat trick, not a Harrison.
Sorry,
hat trick.
Kelsall hat trick. But still got 2, didn't he, Mark?
He did.
Sorry,
he did.
Marcus got 2 and Kelsall. That's really good for Dylan. He only came on at half time. So excellent for DJ, we call him. It's because of his middle name. So his initials are DJ. I won't say his middle name. Probably won't want to. No, excellent. No, but it's good to see. You've got to have that knack to score goals. I think that's what's missing in the game is recognition when to score. You've completed 5-6 passes. The finish is on. I've seen so many teams like pass, and I think like Fossils do this a little bit. It's like you just had a chance to score. Just don't have that recognition. But yeah, it's quite a scrappy game this so far. Not much has happened yet.
No, sharing a lot of similar traits to their earlier game with Teesside.
Okay. I mean, that far winger here, ain't common taking his kicking. That far winger's been caught out of position a little bit. If he was set in the right position, he could have had a shot at goal or made a pass back to Ed. It's very kind of scrappy. Ethan's come back to do a defensive job here. Contact. Free kick to Newcastle.
Worth noting that our referee in the centre for this game is Robbie Byrne, who's come over from Ireland to officiate in England for the first time.
Brilliant.
Great to see.
Fantastic. Brilliant from Matty Harrison there. Great combination play. Just needs to be higher there. That's a 2.
Yeah, got drawn into a common in the centre. Advantage allowed by Robbie Byrne. Sam Smith.
More or less had a flat 3 then, Thunder did across the middle rather than that triangle V shape.
Yeah.
I think Matty Harrison got caught a little bit.
I might have missed it earlier, Ryan. What's the story behind the Irish refs? Is this a one-off visit or are they going to be regulars?
I am not completely sure. I know they were invited by our recently appointed head of European referees, Carolyn Bean. So we have 2 visiting from Ireland. I think it's more from an experience point of view. The league in England is far advanced compared to that of the Irish league, so to help them progress through their referee careers, both at domestic and international level, being able to officiate somewhere like this will certainly aid their development.
Wouldn't be surprised if these are the refs that referee in Dublin in a few weeks' time.
That's a very good point.
My dad's made a comment about that. My dad's the head of the WFA referees, obviously, so he's kind of hinted that they could be the ones, so they're coming over to get a bit more experience.
Yeah, interesting, because obviously it's not sanctioned.
It's not, no, it's a bit strange, so I think it'll be local Irish refs, so these 2 could easily be. I'm not sure, I don't know for definite.
No, you probably hit the nail on the head. Disappointing they're not sanctioned, which also means they're probably not going to be streamed either. Really disappointing, but
might look to work on. I spoke to Nick about it, maybe using an app, the Larry's broadcaster, maybe getting someone like Warren to set it up.
We saw something similar at the England development tournament over in Scotland across the weekend. There was streams, but I just think the last major tournament before the England team travelled to Sydney for the World Cup, it's almost a crime that people aren't seeing it. Players such as yourself putting on the England jersey again, and we should be able to shout about it.
I've got family members who, you know, who really want to see me play. Now my sister's got a little baby, so she can't always come and watch. You know, but it'd be great if there was a stream for that. Do you know what I mean?
No, I agree completely. It's the same with the Home Nations Development Tournament. Some of the players, Ollie Crawshaw being one on this court, putting on the England shirt for the first time, and it's the proudest moment, I'm sure, in his and his family's lives. So
Absolutely.
the fact that we're not able to show that is disappointing, but that's another matter.
Yeah, it's for another conversation, another day. But I think it needs to be a standard thing that games are streamed. You saw Ethan's moved into the middle now. I think we called that earlier, didn't we?
We know how effective he is, both in generating power and accuracy on them passes to his wingers, and I think it's the right move if they want to try and get some points out of this game. Be really proactive and brave with it. They've got the quality to meet fire with fire.
I certainly saw it in the phase before that goal kick where Ethan, moved a couple of balls. The ball went up in the air, but it got past him. If that had fell for Albie, he would have had a shot on goal. So now immediately, I think we can see the difference there. It's just first everything. I was going to probably do a big spin now. Thought he was going to move that on then. I think he could have done a full sort of 180 there. Excellent driving for me. Look at that, taking the ball on the back of his chair. Ed will know he's been in the game after this, that's for sure. Oh, that's class though. Little move of the chair. I think they're gonna have a shot here.
Some nice exchange passes.
That's unlike Ed there.
Maxwell and Ed.
But yeah, that's opened up a shot for but Patrick Kelly saves comfortably. Just wondering if, I don't know whether Patrick Kelly could play out, I don't know.
Well,
it's hard to get the balance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in response to Logan Mitchelson's recent transfer to Leeds Chariots, who a predominant goalkeeper in this Thunder side, the four current players have to all rotate and do their bit and play their parts in goal. Patrick, predominantly a winger, certainly with experience from his time at Manchester United and
100%.
the England development squad that travelled to Belfast last year. Albie in a lot of space on that top right hand corner.
Yeah.
Ethan did try to find him, blocked well by Ed Common.
See, this is where now you need to get the fourth player involved, I think. Taking that kick in maybe, or certainly being a passing option. Both teams are working extremely hard here. It's quite a tight game, not much in the way of chances, but definitely, this is more of a tactical battle. Sam Smith now off for Ollie Crawshaw, who I believe's he's gone back to defend the box. That could suggest he's gone in the middle.
Yeah, very much so. It'll be interesting to see where Ollie Crawshaw.
That's a brilliant ball. They saw Ed there. I've done that myself when I play for Fossils. If Ed's there, just getting out, reverse, spin it out, let's go. And that's unlucky there, is that? Oh, I thought the referee blew the whistle.
I thought the referee blew the whistle as well, hence the lack of analysis.
It wasn't on that pitch, was it? So, I think he did. Then thought it was going out for a goal kick and just left it.
So Ollie Crawshaw is now on that left-hand wing for Newcastle.
Hi, it's Nick. The timer's wrong on the graphics, so you might just want to count the time out for viewers.
Is it right on the scoreboard over there?
It's right on the scoreboard. It's wrong on the stream.
We apologise if the stream is showing an incorrect time. We have 3.5 minutes remaining of this first half between Northern Thunder and Newcastle. Currently, nothing to separate the sides at 0-0.
I can get that across there to Ethan in between the defenders. I know Ed's a special player, but I think on that moment then Ethan read that pass back to Ed. I think they've got to use the other winger in the corner there. Ed's working exceptionally hard.
Yeah, neither side really
Okay.
willing to incorporate their goalkeeper into their passages of play. Lee Armstrong and Patrick Kelly both very confined and restricted to their own penalty box. As you said earlier, it'd be nice to see them get involved and have the confidence to pass backwards, because the options and the space that could open up could prove really beneficial.
100%. I think there's going to be two ways Newcastle can win this game. One is by utilising the fourth player more, and secondly is by, I think, Ethan in the middle. This was a little bit better just because of the sheer power he's got. He did actually get it past there a couple of times, but we'll see. I think, I mean, it will be progress for Newcastle to get a point here. Let's not forget that. I know that's a little bit negative, but they probably. I know they beat Thunder in the cup.
No,
was it
we're
this year?
yeah,
Oh, this year?
yeah, this year.
Mm.
So they're obviously very hopeful of progressing in the cup. But it's worth noting that Newcastle really have only had one really impressive National League weekend. They struggled in game week 1.
Yeah.
So
That second weekend last time, they obviously drew 3-3 with us.
yeah,
West
of
Brom.
course. So without context, I'm sure they would snap your hand off for a
Yeah.
point. But I think they have aspirations of achieving maximum points. They have
Good
belief.
combination player between the two youngest members of the Newcastle squad there, Albie and Ollie. But now Albie's gone in a bit of a mess. They rotate around a lot, don't they? And Ollie's, look at that flat three, very different setup
Very
to what we
interesting.
normally see. They've either done their homework, they think they're onto something here, but I don't know. I think that's, I think if we are to rotate this much, each player's got to be comfortable in each position, which isn't always the case. But there's very few players in the league that can actually play in different positions and do it well. They might be able to do a job, but
Yeah.
you don't want to just do a job, you want to exceed in every position.
Final 30 seconds of this first half of the Tyneside derby.
That's off Ed, that's Newcastle ball. And both teams will be looking at half time and opportunity to regroup. That's a great ball. Can Ethan strike it? Oh, clever.
Really,
Clever from Albie
really
Moss.
clever, and no doubt if he was able to make connection with the ball, he would have forced an effort at goal and Patrick Kelly into a save. So we've had the regulation 20 into additional time. Anything that our referee Robbie Byrne has accrued across this first half. And that will conclude the first half.
Half time.
Newcastle United nil, Northern Thunder nil. A very tense, closely matched first half with nothing to separate the sides. Join us shortly for the second half.
See you in a bit. Back soon.
everybody, and welcome back to the second half of this fixture between Newcastle United and Northern Thunder. Currently at a deadlock, 0-0. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this will differ from the first half. I'm not sure how much you would have seen from that half-time interval, but very interesting from Newcastle United. They started running through certain drills and techniques and tactics.
Never really seen that before.
No,
I've got to admit, to that extent.
Certainly not at half-time break. So they lined their whole team up, how they would be positioned on the pitch.
I've done it in the past where I've been coaching and I've showed a player, like, you know, just one player something, maybe positioning and, you know, do you know what I mean? But not the whole team. The whole thing of that half-time interval break was incorporating their goalkeeper Lee Armstrong into passages of play. Look where he is now. He's
far
right in front
more,
of us.
and now he's the most advanced player. So obviously something Jamie Harrison has said.
Got to get it moving. He's driven around the ball a few times. That's excellent skill, excellent chair control. Oh, Ed though, that's brilliant from Ed. And is this going to be a goal? Oh, great counter-attacking move. Oh, surely that's got to be called back for a high ball.
Oh, I think it bounced.
It's a 2-on-1, yeah, it's a 2-on-1, isn't it? Because the goal is not there, so what happens now, is it? And that's not yellow card though as well, because it's deliberately stopping the goal scoring opportunity. That could be a red card.
I think we're getting a word.
Yeah, this could be interesting here.
This could be very interesting, but what would be the resulting?
I don't think it could be a red, you know, because it's a deliberate act.
It would be a yellow, but we've got some experience as.
Well, it's the Irish referee, but the two assistants, as you say, of the head of EFA and head of WFA.
Let's remember, it's obviously it's a development and learning thing. I think Robbie Byrne is reaching for his pocket.
Which player would you book though? Which one is it? The one that stopped it, or both of them, or what?
Is it Robbie Byrne's going to give a yellow to the assistants for interfering with his decision making?
Yeah.
A penalty.
A penalty and a yellow card looks like it's going to be awarded to Ethan Fisher. Yeah, very interesting.
Because there's two outfield players, you've stopped a goal deliberately.
We spoke about the utilisation of Lee in advanced positions, or certainly incorporating him into the play more, but he was so advanced that the two defensive players of Newcastle were outfield players and trying to prevent Northern Thunder from scoring.
That's the risk. I mean, just a couple of seconds earlier, Lee Armstrong was sat in front of us here as the highest player, and the next minute he hasn't got back quick enough. But very clever play in the middle of the pitch. For Ed just shielded the ball, let it just flicked it on, helped it on its way.
So Ed Coleman with a
moment.
chance to score his 301 goals in the National League with a penalty here against Lee Armstrong.
Just wondering if a penalty. I don't know. It's going to be debated, that one. That will be debated, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad decision, but because it's a unique situation that we've just seen. You don't often see two outfield players come together like that.
So Ed Coleman shapes his chair to go to Lee Armstrong's right and scores the goal. Newcastle United 0, Northern Thunder 1. Really interesting couple of minutes.
Don't see many things like that where a long debate for the officials.
So there was one last week where they didn't give it, but the officials did discuss whether it stopped a goal scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
So I guess there they decided, I mean clearly they decided it was preventing a goal scoring opportunity, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that's so it was a yellow card because there's no, because you can't have double jeopardy.
And although you described it as deliberate, whether they knew they were doing the 2-on-1 or not, the foul was created, wasn't it?
Yeah, the foul was created by the two outfield players coming together. If I was coaching now, I might be tempted, or if I was on my own, just to defend on my own. If we concede, you concede, because I think in another situation, the red card couldn't have come out. I know my dad has, my dad being one of the one of the assistants here, spoken about situations where you could get a red. But it's yeah, we don't often see that. It's quite interesting to see and quite interesting to
No,
see the outcome.
but all kind of centred around what we was talking about in the first half and at the beginning of the second. It's the utilisation of their goalkeeper. And he was so advanced in that passage of play that it was the detriment to their setup, and they trying to compensate for him not being present in the area. And we said about that being brave and that risk versus reward. It was the risk in that case.
Oh, that's a great ball. If you can get, brilliant little ball from Ollie Corshaw past Ed Common, broke the line there. There's no one, sort of in advance of the ball there beyond Ed. Well, not on that side anyway. Ethan was on the other side.
So Sam Smith to take, fires it into Ollie Crawshaw, blocked by Ed Common, who guides it towards Matty Harrison. Trying to exchange some short, snappy passes in the half of Newcastle United.
Newcastle then very high, both. They nearly got gated there. If that ball was between them, it could have gone in.
But already you can see that Lee Armstrong's integrated far more in the play than he was in the first.
I don't know why he didn't do that from the start, if that's how they want to play.
No.
I'm sitting by Newcastle subs, so I need to be careful what I say.
No.
Here we go.
Here for Jack
It's open
Maxwell.
goal. 2-0. And he's happy about that
You
one.
can see what it means
Again,
to him.
risk versus reward. Lee Armstrong caught too high.
I like the fact that they're trying to be brave, and it's something they just need to work on. I can't remember a time when Newcastle had the strength and depth and the quality of players that utilise kind of a 4-out system. They're now just trying to ease their way into it, so they're going to have these learning processes and have to adapt to a new way of playing. But
Lee Armstrong has now come off, and Ethan, he's going into goal. I do think that's quite a good move, to be honest. With his power, he can set deeper. Chris was getting me to do that in that game that we played. He said, you sit deeper because you've got the power. You've also got the space there. Do you know what I mean?
Of course. So it's Newcastle United 0, Northern Thunder 2, a penalty from Ed Common, and an impressive finish from number 8, Jack Maxwell. The difference between the sides.
Ollie battling really well there. But now Newcastle have got that cushion. Thunder, sorry, have got that cushion. It's a long way back from them. Oh, brilliant. Good little flip back there, attempt from Ollie. Great defending from Ed.
Sam Smith just trying to angle his chair so the ball would roll through to his winger.
Can't look to use the Ethan there. That's what he's been put into goal for.
With his distribution, power and accuracy,
What they need to do is pin, Sam Smith needs to pin number 10 and give Ethan the space. Got a nice spin. I think he's got to give himself a bit more space as well. He's got to be clever with his movement. He's just being allowed to be marked there. There'll be some chats after this game with that decision given, but I honestly don't think it's a wrong decision at all.
No, I would agree completely. It's kind of set and dictated the tempo of this game, and Newcastle still kind of a bit shell-shocked from it. And Northern Thunder having that cushion initially allowed Newcastle had to chase the game, and it opened up the gaps and the spaces for Thunder to capitalise and double their advantage. So
come on, Ollie's got to catch that up, or is it a soft Ollie, I think?
Yeah, I would have said the same, I think.
Okay.
But
Newcastle ball. Okay, this is where they need to use Ethan needs to really split here. That's it, they've done it. See that?
better.
That's a better ball. Oh
Using
no,
the full,
get it across.
Using the full width of the pitch, I know.
Gone back there, and that's got the pass. Matty Harrison, sorry. Oh,
Ollie Crawshaw's not in the space.
So frustrating when you're watching. It's not even my team, but it's
no,
like,
I know, but I have no doubt. Looking at Jamie Harrison's reaction, he shares that frustration. He knows his team and these players are better than what they're showing currently. Just chair positioning, and decision making.
I was going to say decision making for me. That one that was over on the far side there, but needs to come back across to this winger rather than, you know, straight. I think that guy on the edge of the box was reading that pass straight away, soon as before he even hit it. Just looking at the chair angle.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go.
That's better. Get it across. Get it across. Get it across. Brilliant ball. Oh. Shoot. Go on. Get it in. Tap in. There you go.
Great worked opportunity. Just what you're talking about, Dave. Utilising, having the confidence to go back to Ethan Fisher. We know how good he is at passing his distribution. He fired it diagonally.
Game on.
Eventually being guided over the line by Sam Smith, who sits within 1 goal of registering 200 in his National League career.
It won't get many easier than that.
No.
Can I just make a point though? When people are putting goal, it's not a negative thing. Look at Ethan here.
No.
There's this mindset that has got to change within the sport, that just because you're putting goal doesn't mean to say you're like the worst player on the team or anything like that.
Well, you look at Chris Gordon.
Well,
he
yeah,
predominantly plays as a goalkeeper, or certainly adorns that goalkeeper jersey.
Oh, look, here we go again. Oh, brilliant.
He's been brave enough and dynamic enough to really be a contributing player in attacking phases of play.
It's all about the mindset. I mean, I've played there a lot myself. I don't see it as a negative.
It has a
position.
stigma though, because of how it used to be perceived and
Just
how
look at that then. Ethan created that goal.
Yeah.
By sitting deep, using the power. You know, it's how the sport's got to move. It's how the sport's got to develop.
Completely. Just over 8.5 minutes remaining. Newcastle trail by 1 goal, 2-1 to Northern Thunder currently. Can they find a moment of magic like they did just a few minutes ago to level the tie, or will Northern Thunder?
Thunder's experience here should show through, but Newcastle have got experienced players, but they're very sort of new to the Premiership, if you like.
Albie did well to vacate the space to allow Ollie Crawshaw to advance. Not able to generate anything with real success, so Ed Common comes away following that awarding of a 2-on-1.
You can see Thunder now just taking the time.
They need to. It's game management now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't do anything rash.
That's a 2, but play on advantage. Sam Smith driving to the corner, looking for the flick back. It's not really the best flick back ever. Just need to take their time there a little bit more. It's all very rushed, and you don't have to flick it out straight away. Take a touch, slow it down, let people get set, and then play. But they've got another attacking opportunity here with the kick in. And again, he's just
rushed it there.
Rushed it again.
He wasn't prepared, so Albie Morris couldn't quite generate the accuracy.
A bit there, yeah. Subs are shouting, calm down. Low block, you can see that Albie Morris needs to really get his chair set for a finish now. It's okay. Oh no, it's out. Just feels a bit sort of frantic and frenetic a little bit from Newcastle. Ollie trying his best to work the ball. Ed Common also on the ball. Ollie really needs to get this moving. Get it away from Ed. Okay, is that Jack Maxwell?
Yes.
Yeah, Jack Maxwell, couldn't see his name. Kick in Newcastle, applying some pressure, just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, starting to become very fragmented this game. In and out of play.
Rushing again, not letting the wingers set properly. You've either, see then, like, there's no way Sam could receive that ball, in my opinion. He's either got to get to that point first or get on the other side of him.
Complacency setting in for Northern Thunder now as Matty Harrison has a missed kick, allowing Newcastle to regain possession through this kick in. Taken quickly. That was a poor pass there from Ollie Crawshaw straight to Jack Maxwell.
Sure what they're trying there. I think they need to get Ethan on the ball as much as they can. Oh no! Oh, what a save!
Very late adjustment by Ollie Crawshaw. Rotated 180. From our angle, it certainly looked like the ball was rolling over the line, but did well to adjust accordingly and prevent it from being a goal.
Then, I must admit.
free kick for Northern Thunder. 5 minutes remaining. Jack Maxwell lets it run across the face of his chair, fires it across the box. Matty Harrison not there to connect with the ball. Ollie Crawshaw locked in a battle with Jack Maxwell, just gets the better initially.
Surprised they're choosing to sort of dribble it out so much when they've got players who can pass it and make good contact with the ball.
Yeah, Ethan's not being used as much as...
I'd get him taking this, to be honest. I'd just say, come on, get in the gas. Yeah, he must have. Can't take credit for that.
No.
Go on, across. Oh.
Chair preparation though. He wasn't set, ready to connect with that.
That's good now. Slow it down. Get it back. Good.
That's
excellent.
Nice.
Oh, he's not done anything with it. No.
Right idea now, but a chance for Northern Thunder to break through. Matty Harrison. Crucial interception by Ollie.
Ethan there moved away from the ball.
Didn't they? Neither of them wanted to allow
Seems
that
to be struggling with the goalie top more than anything. He's tucking it down.
He hasn't connected it at the back.
No. Got to get out of this situation now. He'll just sit there forever. It's your time, Newcastle. Well, I'd have just sat there for a bit like that.
Here we go, a chance here. Sam.
See that? It's that moment when you've got to be able to execute. I think this is... got to be able to execute at the right moment.
Will be disappointed there. They had 2 players to Northern Thunder's 1 in that counter-attack, but couldn't quite get the connection to guide it over to Albie Morris on his opposite wing. With 3.5 minutes remaining, Newcastle have to really do something special to
got to create an attack. Got to take their time.
Level this.
Whoa! What's happened? Oh, it's no goal.
It's no goal because the referee's having a word with Ethan Fisher. But if he was the one that had the initial contact, I question why it wasn't allowed as advantage. I don't know. It sounds like there's a whistle going on. That isn't. I'm not sure if it's our headset.
I think there's been a couple of whistles that have meant we've stopped commentating. So I don't know about the players.
Yeah, it remains. It remains. Newcastle 1, Northern Thunder 2. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, no, it's a goal. Get Ollie out. That's it. Come on, you might as well lose 3-1 and having a go. Do you know what I mean? I'm of that mindset. I know that's not everyone's mindset, but you might as well have a lose trying rather than go out with a whimper. Oh, he's got to stop doing that. He's got to get his chair round the ball better. Done that a few times now in the last sort of 10 minutes or so. Set the chair. Look at every single Newcastle player is facing the ball. It's like get your chair set, get your chairs on an angle to think about the next pass and the next pass. It's easy sitting here, obviously.
It's worth noting they are a young side there.
Yeah,
in terms of Albie and Ollie and Ethan. Ethan, worth noting that this is only his third weekend competing in the National League Premiership. So
1.5 minutes, 90 seconds left.
They'll take a lot from this game.
I think it's a lot, I mean, maybe on paper Newcastle should be winning this game if you look at the team, but I think just emphasises how good Ed Common is at controlling the game. They might say they've had a bit of luck as well, with the decisions and stuff like that, but.
I mean, Ed's been fairly quiet in this second half. He's kind of, he hasn't done anything to really catch our attention, but so effective in his positioning and breaking up the play when he's needed to.
Straight from the kick in on the other court.
Ollie Crawshaw does well to intercept
to the last minute.
Off of Jack Maxwell, met by Ed Common. 2 Newcastle players on this right-hand wing. Yeah, Sam needs to occupy a spot on the left.
I just think they need to utilise Ethan more and more. The goal came from him. Yeah, this is experience for you. Look, I need an adjustment.
Sorting the wounds when you make the opposition coach do it as well.
That's like when you go down with cramp in mainstream football. It's like, or my arm hurts. I got a cramp in my hand. driving too much over the last 40 minutes.
That's good game management there from Matty Harrison. So
Yeah.
let's just roll out a play. We're now in the final 5 seconds.
Tell what they're going to do here.
There potentially will
Oh,
be a
that-
few seconds added due to the penalty and the discussions around that. So we may have up to a minute of additional time. But Newcastle need to go for it now, and I agree with you.
Look at this here, I mean, okay, now they're not even, there's no one in this half. Do you know what I mean?
It's that,
I don't
it's that urgency.
understand that. I'd get everybody up now. He can take it. Get in the pockets of Sam Smith there, get in between Ed and Jack Maxwell. So he's just going to cut that out, Ed, come on. Oh.
Unfortunate for Newcastle, who lose the game 2-1. An assured performance. Just as Northern Thunder did well to break down Newcastle throughout and come away with the 3 points as they continue to chase that Premiership title, still in first spot, and extend their lead further over Spire and West Brom. But no, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, enjoyed that one, thank you.
Yep, join us shortly for the next game on Court A.
Welcome back to Court A. Mildly delayed start by the cameraman there. So we got Sevenoaks versus Nottingham. Kind of vital game for both in a way. Sevenoaks in no threat, but a win here will take them within 2 points of West Brom, although West Brom have a game in hand, and start cementing Sevenoaks' position, possibly, you know, playing for a top three spot. Nottinghamshire struggling. No goals scored yet all year, 24 against in 9 games, and 1 point for a goalless draw. I'll do the teams in a second. So for Sevenoaks have only got 3 players today. Miller, Alexander and Beswick. Just got them all in shot there. Beswick at the back, Alexander in the pink goalie's top and Miller up front. And Nottingham have got McNaughton, Langley, Hadfield and G. And I've got it right, G rather than D. Yes, G. So I suppose Nottinghamshire will be setting themselves a target of scoring some goals, and Sevenoaks will be wanting 3 points from the game. Sevenoaks scoring just under 3 a game, conceding 1 a game. It's a healthy goal difference. And have they played each other before yet? Just having a check. Excuse me. No, so I think this is the first meeting this season between the 2 teams. Nottinghamshire without one of their key players over the years, Adam Langley. So Sam Langley's playing today. Adam Langley been off for a while, unwell. Wish him well. So here we are with a chance. Beswick with the ball, looking for Miller. Oh, interesting tap. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I was expecting more power on it, but maybe they were trying to fool them. Anyway, so Miller on the ball. Alexander playing safety at the back, but pressing forward now. Looking for Beswick off Hadfield. So Hadfield with the goalie's jersey for Nottinghamshire. Now Miller. Pressure the first few minutes of this game with Sevenoaks. Sevenoaks currently 5th, looking for this to take them to 4th. And they'd then be within a couple of points of West Brom. And West Brom playing later today against Leeds and then Teesside. And earlier today, West Brom drew West Brom are already beaten Nottinghamshire today 7-0. So likely West Brom will move away again, but Sevenoaks wanting to put the pressure on West Brom, who are the current holders of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership. But West Brom will be looking to just nail down the points, and currently 3rd. Let's have a look. 3rd by 7 points to Thunder, although they've got a game in hand, so let's call it 3rd by 4. Nottinghamshire will want to keep putting the pressure on Thunder and Aspire, who are also chasing. Aspire playing on court B against Teesside. Langley with the ball, intercepted by Bestwick. Alexander making a bold call for a Sevenoaks kick in, but it's with McNaughton for Nottinghamshire. McNaughton looking for a gap, doesn't find it. Alexander tips it away. It's gone high upfield on the Sevenoaks left wing. Kick. Oh, and it's come back for a 2-in-1. Say 2-in-1, a 2-on-1. So Sevenoaks giving away a foul there. Chance for Nottinghamshire to have an attack. G has a go, but well covered by Beswick. Further attacking chance for Nottinghamshire. McNaughton, looking like McNaughton's the playmaker, as it were, so he's taking a lot of the kick-ins. G on the far edge of the box. It's gone to G. Oh, I didn't get the angle he wanted on that. I think Beswick had it covered, but G not able to put it on target. So back with the Sevenoaks keeper, Alexander, for a goal kick. 0-0, it's just about halfway through the first half. Sevenoaks playing away from the camera against Nottinghamshire playing towards the camera. Do the line-up again. Hadfield in goal for Nottinghamshire. On the far left as we look at it, McNaughton. G and McNaughton just swapping, so G now on the left and Sam Langley on the right. And only 3 players for Sevenoaks. Alexander, Beswick and Miller. Alexander in the pink keeper's outfit. Alexander pushing forward with the ball, being seen off by Langley. I think, yeah, it's been given. So it's a into Sevenoaks. Alexander to take it. No one on the far post. They've only got 2 out players, but so Alexander with a kick. Miller and Bestwick's behind him, so there's not really many options. Maybe just a touch from Miller, looking to send it goalward. So probably possessionally just a slight advantage to Sevenoaks. No chances created yet, but Nottinghamshire also had a couple of cracks at goal. Sevenoaks are 5th, looking for a win or even a draw, but I think they'll be looking for a win here to go to 4th. And Nottinghamshire looking for the first win of the season, the first goal indeed. Alexander, well spotted by Miller there, intercepted Langley's hit. Kick in to Sevenoaks. Alexander a bit defensive, and Miller's got no out there. Bestwick's to his right, so very little option for Miller other than just play it up like he did. So put pressure on, so Hadfield has to deal with it to avoid creating a chance for Bestwick. Didn't get to Miller. Miller's still on it again, maybe if he can get to Bestwick at the back of the post, but Langley defends well and brings it out, and then off over for the kick. So Nottinghamshire kick. Nottinghamshire kick in again. Langley on the ball. And now Norton moved in to take the kick. Norton trying to find G. No way through Miller and Alexander there. Miller now working well, worked the ball away from Hadfield. I don't think he'll catch up before Langley blocks him out, but still a little pressure on Nottinghamshire in the goal. Miller with no support really, with only 3 players from Sevenoaks. So Bestwick's in a far defensive position. Alexander's pushed up. Chance for Alexander, back to Miller. Ooh, maybe, I think, with Langley heading towards goal, there was an outside chance of an unfortunate deflection, but Langley controlled it. Ball given to Nottinghamshire. Sorry, ball given to Sevenoaks, so Alexander for Sevenoaks, signalling to Miller where to go. A strong defensive trio set up there for Nottinghamshire. Guess Alexander's going to look for a return and a hit here, is he? Doesn't get it. It's tapped onto Langley. There's the hit chance for Alexander. Well, he plays it to Miller. They're getting the ball speed up. That's good play. And there's the hit. Oh! That was really good the way they built the ball speed up. Just didn't get the angle that they wanted on the shot. If you could see that, how playing it between them, they were getting the ball speed up, created a bit of space for Alexander to take the shot. I'm not sure he had the angle, but maybe the shot to the far post might have given him a better greater chance. But here we are, back in play. It's 0-0. Sevenoaks versus Nottinghamshire. Langley intercepts. McNaughton, all the Sevenoaks players high there. Chance if Norton had connected it, send it goalward, but didn't happen. Alexander now puts pressure on Hadfield. That's Miller and Langley for Nottinghamshire. Alexander now comes in. Alexander driving towards goal. He's got Miller on his right. Probably not going to get a shooting chance from there. So can he get it back to... He's got a kick in. Be the equivalent of a corner in a way from there. So they're all up. Sevenoaks going all in here for a goal. A touch to McNaughton and he'll be away. Hasn't gone to Miller as they'd hoped. So Sevenoaks back in control with Alexander. G sees it out, so kick into Sevenoaks. I think Alexander looking for a catch them unawares there. Misdirects the shot. Goal kick. So can Nottinghamshire reset and a chance to threaten a goal. Norton gets intercepted by Bestwick. Ball put out by Langley. So Bestwick on the ball. Down the line to Miller. Miller again trying to take it towards the goal. 2-on-1, is that given? Nope. Bestwick out, chance for Alexander to shoot or go for Miller. Intercepted by G. And playing very high, Sevenoaks. Chance for... Oh, it's in off the post. Well done, Bestwick. Followed up, didn't give up. Consistent play. Quite bold play from Sevenoaks there. Playing all three, playing very high, leaving the goal undefended. But they got the reward, so it's 1-0 to Sevenoaks. Harry Bestwick, the scorer. So this leaves Nottinghamshire in a tough position. Not recorded a goal yet this season. Back. Is this the chance? What's the ref given? Contact. So I think G moved up to Nottinghamshire as part of the transfer window, so transferred from Nottingham Forest to Nottinghamshire. So a newcomer to the relative newcomer to the Premiership. This is probably his 5th or 6th game. Settling in, part of the regular Nottinghamshire lineup. Perhaps McNaughton moved a bit too close there. So retaken. Alexander looks just for a touch off Bestwick. Sends it up the line. It's gone to Miller. Miller now one-on-one with Hadfield. Wouldn't have thought he could go past, but Langley's involved in the defence as well. Miller. Langley trying to see it out, but Miller's getting some control. 2-on-1. Maybe G didn't get out of the way fast enough, so played advantage and then brought it back. Bestwick on the ball for Sevenoaks. Bestwick goes to Miller. Miller, not the ball Bestwick would have wanted. Gone straight out for a kick in. Langley on the ball. Match clock's at 0, so it's with the ref. Just cut out by Miller on the back of his chair. Kick in to Nottinghamshire. Langley wants to take it quickly. Looking for Norton, I suspect. Crossfield, Hadfield, Bestwick's read it, out it goes. Ref with the whistle in her mouth. Guess we'll get a touch and then the full half-time whistle. We're currently 1-0 to Sevenoaks, playing with three players against Nottinghamshire's 4. There we have it. So 1-0 to Sevenoaks. That currently puts them in 4th above Newcastle on the same number of games, with a very similar goal difference. Nottinghamshire keeps them down in 11th. So 1-0 to Sevenoaks at half-time. We'll be back for the second half. Just about to restart the second half. Sevenoaks versus Nottinghamshire. 1-0 to Sevenoaks with a well taken kind of rebound by Harry Bestwick in the first half. Sevenoaks only playing with 3 players. Kyle Alexander. And the goal is pink. Harry Bestwick in 7, facing away from the camera. Miles Miller. And for Nottinghamshire, G. Langley in the middle, McNaughton on the right, and Hadfield just pushing up. So no substitutions. I can see Kerrison in his playing chair, so he might be coming on as a sub, but no, only 3 players for Sevenoaks, so no chance for them to substitute. So 1-0, most of the pressure from Sevenoaks, but in applying that pressure with 3 players, they're necessarily playing very high. Either a risky or a bold strategy, but it paid off. 3 of them attacking, got the goal. It's now 1-0 to Sevenoaks. Alexander with the kick. Alexander for Sevenoaks. Intercepted by G. So he's going to take it. Is it Miller? Yep, Miller's going to take it for Sevenoaks. Miller to Alexander, back to Miller. Miller now needs to do something with it. They could get it across to Alexander. There was a chance to shoot there. Adam McAvoy, the Sevenoaks coach, gesticulating on the sidelines. I mean, this is a good outcome with 3 players. Nottinghamshire near the bottom of the table, so wouldn't have been expected to win necessarily against a full strength Sevenoaks, but might have hoped for something and might still hope for something. Sevenoaks are playing boldly, pushing all 3 of them very high to put pressure on Nottinghamshire, but that then does leave a gap and a chance for a break for Nottinghamshire. Langley on the ball on the right. McNaughton sees it down the line. Ooh, just a bit too quick for him, looking to catch it on the turn, didn't quite make it. Alexander with the kick, goal kick. Very limited options. Bestwick and Miller both in a line, so it's Bestwick or bust. Bestwick doesn't get it. Langley returns it. Had to touch that Alexander. I didn't think it was going in, but it